we use this technique to check the efficiency of any entity, of any economic entity, like it could be resources, it could be person, it could be faculty of a particular department. So you want to check the efficiency of all these economic entity, and we measure the relative efficiency of operating units. We call these entities units in data envelopment analysis, and we set some goal, our objective, and we try to maximize the efficiency of all the units. Okay, so let's start with the basic introduction. So DEA, in short, this is the DEA is simply a non-parametric mathematical method. What we mean by non-parametric mathematical method is like the units we take, like if we talk about faculties, so faculty could be of any subject, like from mathematics, from English, from Hindi. They are independent. There is no parameters to for these units. So we call them DMU. Okay, we'll discuss it in later. So non-parametric means there is no specific assumptions for data envelopment analysis. We only take the units, the DMUs or economic units, and we check their efficiency. Okay, so it is non-parametric, and it can be we can calculate the productive efficiency of an economic unit. Similarly, that we as I said, then in DEA, economic unit is referred as decision making unit, that is DMU. Okay, DMU, we need to check the efficiency of these DMUs. The faculty members, these are the DMUs. The resources, these are the DMUs. Okay, then DEA measure is actually a relative efficiency. We calculate individual efficiency for each DMU in a set of DMUs. Suppose we have 5 faculty members and we want to check the efficiency, then we calculate individual efficiency. Okay, then formulate an optimization problem for each DMU. So there are different methods to calculate the efficiency. One is graphical method, then there is optimization or LPP method. Here in our syllabus, we only cover the optimization problem to calculate these efficiencies for each DMU. Okay, then what is the logic behind DEA? So DEA is for multiple, it can contain multiple inputs or multiple outputs, and we define the weighted, wait a second. Yeah, we define the weighted, we define these weighted ratio using multiple inputs and multiple outputs. So what is weighted ratio and what is multiple inputs and outputs? So see, if I am taking an example for faculty, I want to check the efficiency of faculty members, then what could be my input? It could be the resources the faculties are utilizing to deliver the content, the research. Okay, so all the resources like space area, sitting area, classroom, all these are inputs. Okay, and then when we talk about output, it means output as in students' marks. Utilizing these inputs, like utilizing the resources faculty members, what your resources faculty members are using, on basis of that, what output we are getting. So output as in what are the numbers, grades of these students, what are the placement percentage of a particular batch. So all these things comes under the inputs, sorry, outputs, and we utilize inputs to get the output. Okay, now what is weighted ratio? Weighted ratio is simply, this is also weighted ratio is simply the output weight for the output weight for the output divided by weights associated to the input. Okay, so or we can define it in a numeric way, like weights associated to output for particular kth DMUs divided by the weights associated to the input to the kth input. This is our weighted ratio. Okay, this is how we calculate the efficiency. We calculate it by dividing the output by inputs and multiply these outputs by the weights. Why we are multiplying it with weights? Why not just calculate the efficiency by dividing output simply from its input? So why we are getting weights here? The reason behind calculating weights is that because sometimes in real life inputs are different. Like if we talk about a particular company that is utilizing budget, a company is investing 1 lakh for its startup, and it also has 10 workforce with it. So 1 lakh, the unit is different, and the number of resources, number of workers here is totally different units. Okay, totally different inputs. We cannot measure these inputs. We cannot combine these inputs together. That's why we assign some weights. Okay, we'll check it later. Okay, so weighted ratio is simply the weights associated to the output divided by the weights associated to the input. Okay, that is the weighted ratio. Now, since various input cannot be directly added, that is what I was saying, we define weights for each input. Okay, and now, because how to calculate these weights, we know that we cannot add the inputs directly. That's why we assign them some weights. But how to calculate these weights? We cannot pre-assume these weights. We cannot assign randomly. Okay, that is where optimization comes into play. Like we calculate these weights using optimization problem. And I'm assuming that you all know that you all are aware of the linear programming problem. That is what we do, that we are going to do in this unit. Okay, so we calculate the value of these weights using optimization problem or linear programming problem. Okay, we will not go into non-linear one. We only consider the linear programming problem. Okay, so for the optimization problem, we assume that DMU choose the input and output to its advantage. So for this solution part, okay, we each DMU, like if we are talking about the faculty members, then each faculty must choose their input and output, and they should choose it in a way that they maximize their efficiency. Okay, DMU here is the faculty members, and each faculty, suppose there are 5 faculties, then faculty 1 should choose their input and the output to in such a way that so that they can maximize their efficiency. That is what our objective in optimization problem. So what is the objective here? We are trying to maximize the efficiency by choosing the weights carefully and choosing the input. So the first thing is that each DMU must define the input and output, and the what is the objective here for our optimization problem? The objective is to maximize the efficiency. So what is the efficiency? And we using this optimization problem, we get some weights and then we select the optimal one. Okay, and we select in a way that we can maximize the efficiency for each DMU, because each DMU wants to maximize their efficiency. Again, there in optimization problem, there is some objective function, then the subject to some constraint function. So the constraint function here is in a way like we choose the weights such that using these weights, they should not get an efficiency more than one. Like if I'm taking Wj as a weight, then it should not be more than one. It can be one or it should be less than one. Okay, so the weight we are taking here has a constraint, that is the sum of these weights. The sum of these weights must not exceed the value 1. It could be 1 but cannot exceed this value. Okay, so what is the logic behind DEA optimization problem? First thing, we can have multiple inputs, okay, and we can have multiple outputs. Then we need to define the weighted ratio matrix, and how we can calculate these weighted ratio. We simply divide the output of kth DMU divided by the input of the kth DMU, and multiplying these we multiply these units by their assigned weights. And how can we get these weights? We need simply linear programming. We need to calculate the optimization problem for that. Okay, for the optimization problem, we each DMU select their input and output, and later as an objective function, we calculate the maximum efficiency by selecting the efficient weights, by selecting the optimal weights we get from through the calculation of a linear programming problem. And we use the constraint such that sum of all these weights that our DMU is using cannot exceed the value 1. This is the logic behind BEA. So continuing this, these logic is again here we use DMU's weights. If it cannot achieve an efficiency of 1, then it is truly inefficient. Okay, using DMU weights, if another DMU gets an efficiency of 1, then the other DMU is really good. And here we are always remember this thing. We are calculating the efficiency. We are calculating the relative efficiency. Okay, so one more thing, like there is also other than optimization problem, there is also a graphical method in which we define the frontier line. This is the frontier line. Okay, so frontier line in this, like suppose these are the faculties. These are the faculties and these are the students or grades of the students. Then this frontier line, and we have DMUs like 1, B, A, C, D, or E. Suppose there are 5 faculty members, 5 DMUs we have. Then the on this frontier line, if any DMU lies on this line, their efficiency is equal to 1. And it is efficient, and others lie inside the lines, like their efficiency is less than 1. That's why these DMUs are inefficient, and we consider B as the as an efficient DMU because it is lying on this frontier line. This is how we get the graphical, how we get the efficiency using graphical method. So this is I just wanted you to know the how these things work. So the main our main focus would be on only optimization problem. Okay, next here. Okay, so before formulating the optimization problem, we must define the notations for the optimization problem. So here we are considering as our K as our DM. Okay, this is the DMUs considered in a data set. Then N, capital N, it is representing the input considered for the DMUs. Okay, and capital N here is representing the inputs. Then capital M is the output considered for the DMUs. So later here is IIK. So what is IIK? IIK is the recorded value of input I for the output for the for the DMU K. So let's take an example. This one. So this is our input. Okay, budget and team size. We have sales office as our DMU and budget and team size are the inputs. Okay, for sales office, these are input 1 and this is input 2. Okay, so what is IIK? IIK. IIK, I representing the what? Input I for DMU K. So this is the input, this one I1, and K is for the DMUs. Okay, so how many DMUs are here? 1, 2, 5. So what is I11? It is the input, it is the input value for first input for budget with respect to first DMU, which is 3 lakh. This. Okay, what would be our 1I12 would be 25600. Ith input, first input with respect to kth DMU. So kth DMU here is 2. So with respect to sales office 2, the input value for first input is defined by this 2,56,000. Okay, this is how we enter these values. If you will be given the table, you will be given the input and outputs, and based on that, you have to identify these values. Now, what is OJK? So similarly, as here for I is for input, O is here for the output. OJK is the value of output J with respect to DMU K. Okay, so if we are having in a similar way, if we have sales here, we have a table for output like sales. Okay, so sales here are output 1. Say after that, what would be 1011 is output value, output for output 1 with respect to kth sales or kth DMU for sales office 1. This would be the value, whatever is given in this form. Okay. Next is XIK. So what is XIK? XIK is simply representing the weights assigned to input I with respect to DMU K. So here x11, suppose. So x11 is representing the weights assigned by sales office 1, the sale DMU 1 for input 1. Okay, and how we calculate this using optimization problem. So here, remember the notation, how it is representing. Suppose 12 x12. What is this? This is the weight assigned by the sales office 2 or DMU 2 for input 1. If there are multiple inputs, then 1. If there is only single input, we do not need to mention this thing. Like it is 1 automatically. Okay, then there comes yjk. Yjk, what is the weights assigned with respect to output? Okay, so what is y11? Y11 is the weight assigned by first sales office or first of weight assigned by sales office 1 for one output, first output. Okay, then ek. Ek is simply the efficiency of DMU k, or efficiency of DMU sales office 1, efficiency of sales office 2, efficiency of sales office 3, and so on. Okay, so ek is, here we are denoting efficiency by E with respect to kth DMU. Okay, now before coming to the formula optimization formulation, how to calculate efficiency? As I told you earlier, that efficiency is calculated by dividing the weighted output to its weighted input. So efficiency is defined as the ratio. Here, remember, efficiency is simply a ratio. Okay, and why I'm saying this, you will get to know this when we formulate the optimization problem. So here we are getting terms in a ratio. Efficiency is ratio of weighted output to the weighted input. This is the formula for that. Then each DMU defines its own efficiency using the weights they want to assign to their inputs and outputs. Okay, so as I told you earlier, that each DMU must define their efficiency. Each DMU must define their input and output. Later, they have to assign weights very carefully so that they can maximize their efficiency. Then for a particular DMU K, the efficiency is this, where Y1K is what? It is weight assigned by kth DMU to first output. And this is the output value for kth DMU, first output value with respect to kth DMU, plus weighted output for kth DMU. This is the value for weighted output with respect to kth DMU. And similarly, YMK, OMK is representing the YMK is the weight assigned by kth DMU to the mth output. Why mth? Because we are saying that there are total. We are assuming that m representing the output for the DMUs. Okay, and OMK is the output value with mth output value with respect to kth DMU. Similarly, divided by the weighted input, x1k representing the, what it is representing? It is the weights assigned by kth DMU to the first input. and x2k is the weight assigned by kth DMU to the second input, and similarly weight assigned by kth DMU to the nth input. Okay, this is how we can represent the efficiency numerically. Now come to the optimization problem. So each DMU tries to maximize their own efficiency. That we know that each DMU wants to be efficient, wants to get efficiency equal to 1, because if it's the efficiency 1, then only a DMU is efficient. If it is less than 1, then the DMU is inefficient. Then we say that there are some chances to make this DMU an efficient one. Okay, so each DMU tries to maximize their own efficiency by adjusting weights assigned to the inputs and the outputs. Each DMU tries to maximize their own efficiency by adjusting how they can make them efficient, simply by adjusting the weights assigned to the inputs and the outputs. Okay, only constraint on this, using these weights, none of the DMU should get an efficiency more than 1. Okay, that is why we have put this constraint. The efficiency for any DMU must not exceed the value 1. And here this is the decision variable, xik and yjk. These are your decision variable. What are the decision variables? Simply the weights that we need to calculate. Okay, here in this optimization problem, xik, yjk are your decision variable, and these values should be greater than or equal to 0 for all I and for all j. Here this notation represent the for all symbol for all I and for all j. Okay, so the optimization problem for kth DMU can be defined by this: maximization of efficiency subject to the constraint that efficiency cannot exceed value 1. It could be 1 or less than 1, and decision variable should be non-negative. Okay, now come to this. Okay, so for optimization problem, we formulate this optimization function, but there's some complexities associated with it. What are the complexities? So remember that efficiency was defined as a ratio of weighted input to weighted output. So what we are doing, like here, efficiency, as I told you here, that efficiency is always represented by the ratio. Okay, and here in this optimization function, we have objective function in ratio and constraint in terms of ratio. Now ratio again is non-linear, and we are trying to optimize the linear programming problem. So the complexity here associated is that efficiency was defined as a ratio of weighted input and weighted output. So weights are the decision variable, and hence the objective function and constraints of this optimization problem are ratio of decision variables. So our decision variables, we have them in a ratio form, and which is non-linear. So we need to make it linear programming problem. So how we can make it linear optimization problem? Okay, because this is the only way we can solve the there's also several methods to solve non-linear programming problem, but linear programming problem, linear optimization problem is much easier than the non-linear, much easier to calculate than the non-linear programming problem. So that is why we need to linearize this non-linear optimization problem. So what we are going to do to linearize this problem, we simply, because we want to maximize the efficiency, so we simply maximize the numerator of the efficiency equation for the DMU k. and we normalize the denominator. So what we're going to do here, because this is we are here and we are maximizing the ek, so we simply maximize, because if we maximize this or normalize this, equal normalize means we are putting this equal to 1, okay, denominator. So if we maximize this first numerator, then we can own by that we can maximize the efficiency. So this is the only way to maximize the numerator. So here for this we maximize the numerator with respect to kth denominator, and we normalize the denominator. Okay, so simply removing the denominator term by normalizing it. And for the constraint, cause here constraint, it is again in ratio term. What we do, we simply rearrange the efficiency term to make it linear. How we can rearrange it? Because ek here is output I, suppose output j, out input I should be less than equal to 1. So how we can rearrange this? Wj is less than equal to nj. This is inequality constraint. Okay, we are simply rearranging this constraint. Let's take an example. So for the optimization problem, here this is the transformed optimization problem. So we transform these ratios to these non-linear programming to the linear programming problem. So how we are maximizing the output, because what we did, we normalize the numerator. Okay, so then we put it here as a constraint. Okay, so maximizing this output, maximizing the efficiency subject to these constraints. The first one is that our weighted input values must be equal to 1. Okay, only then we can get this optimization. If it is not equal to 1, then it is not linear one. Okay, if we have to have this denominator equal to 1. Okay, this is our first constraint. Then the second constraint here is this one. Efficiency, we are rearranging it. So after rearranging, we get the output, weighted output less than equal to weighted input. Now, this is we calculated with for all, because we are maximizing here output. Okay, in some problems, if we have input values, then we minimize the input values. Okay, in that case, our formulation changed. Here it is in terms of output, but if we take minimization problem, minimization of weighted input, then our problem constraint change in terms of input values. So here we calculate this constraint for each output, for output 1, and for the first first DMU, this is the value. For output 2, this is the value. For output, similarly for mth output, this is the value. Similarly for first DMU, for first input, this is the value, and so on. This with respect to first output, with respect to second output, similarly we go till mth output. So these are the constraints we have. And again, decision variable cannot be negative. It always be non-negative values for all I and j. Okay, so how I'm assuming that you are getting the idea how we are transforming this non-linear optimization problem to the linear optimization problem. So what we are doing, we are simply converting them, rearranging the constraints, and for the optimal objective function, we are normalizing the denominator and we put it here as a constraint. Okay, now come to the next one topic. Okay, so models, DEA models. So there are two types of models, input oriented or output oriented. So accordingly, our optimization problem change. It is output oriented problem. We have multiple outputs. Okay, and we are trying to maximize these outputs. Okay, so if we have input oriented model, then we minimize the input values, because every company wants to minimize their input and maximize their out. They want to minimize their cost and maximize their revenue. Okay. Now, if we take a single input and single output case. So here, it is a simple example. We are not calculating the weights for that. It is simply the calculation for the efficiency, the output divided by the input. So let's say that a simple example, we are having, suppose there are five departments in a university, A, B, C, D, E. Okay, the information about the number of faculty and, wait a second. Okay, so the number of faculty, these are the inputs, and the number of students placed, these are your outputs, is given in a table, this one. This is the example from your textbook. By using this general measure of efficiency, we observe the department C is the most efficient compared to the other inefficient departments. So how? So these are the, this is the input, these are your output. So after calculating the efficiency, y divided by x, we get these efficiency. Here we can see that department C gets the efficiency as 1. That is why this is the most efficient department and others are inefficient. So because it is only 72% efficient, this is 71% efficient, which is 60%, it is 47. So B is the worst department in terms of efficiency. Okay, when we talk about faculty and the placement, B department is the worst department. There are some chances of improvement in D and E because their efficiency is close enough to 1, but it is not efficient. These are inefficient as it is not 1. These values are not 1. Okay, so here in this example, C is the only department that is having efficiency as 1, and it is the efficient department. It is the best department when we talk about faculty and the placement, student placement. Okay, now come to the next point, which is, okay, so there are total in DEA we can calculate efficiency using two models, BCC, okay, and CCR model. So in your textbook, we only focus on the CCR model. The examples only related to, in your book, the examples are only related to CCR model. Okay, so what we do in CCR model is simply, okay, let's just read it out. DE aims to maximize the efficiency rate, that we all know this, okay, of the units such that none of the units have efficiency greater than 1. The mathematical model CCR-DE consists of linear equation and inequality based on the input and output data. So there are some assumptions. First, for CCR model, there are some assumptions. First, DMUs are homogeneous. What do you mean by homogeneous? Like as we discussed the example for the investment of 1 lakh and the 10 worker, these are totally different. That comes under BCC model. Okay, that we are not going to discuss here. CCR, our units, our DMU must be homogeneous. All the units are operating under similar condition. and make use of same kind of technology and resources. Okay, the efficiency score obtained for DMUs are not dependent on the scale of operation. So here, based on these assumptions, this is the optimization problem for CCR model, CCR DEA model. So what you're doing here H is the efficiency. Okay, notations are simply slightly changed in this case. Like here, EHJ is your efficiency, and again efficiency is calculated using the weighted output divided by the weighted input. So here A, L, J, and BI is your weights associated to output. BJ is the BI is the weights associated with your input. Y and X are your output and input values. Okay, again subject to similarly that we discussed here. It is as we converted to the linear programming problem. Similarly, we convert it is in ratio, that is non-linear. Constraint again in ratio, it is constraints are also non-linear. So that's why we convert them to the linear programming problem, LPP. Okay, so we are maximizing the output, weighted output, subject to normalized denominator and this. Okay, this is nothing but this value. If we take it here, it could be output minus input less than equal to 0. Okay, so this is what we get after converting the nonlinear CCR model to the linear CCR model. Okay, now what are the steps involved in calculating the DMUs or the weights? So first, okay, this methodology is applicable on both BCC and CCR. Okay, the first step is identify the possible input and output. So each DMU must identify their input and their output. Then we formulate the mathematical model. Okay, subject to some constraint, we formulate the optimization problem for each DM. We calculate the weights for each DMU then in the third step, we solve the formulate LPP. Okay, how we going to solve the linear programming problem? We can simply use the simplex method or the graphical method. So if we have only two variables, then we only use the graphical. We should use the graphical method because it is the simple and easy to calculate. We can easily find the weights. Okay, so after that we interpret the results and we benchmark the DMUs, okay, based on their efficiency. Now, let's take this example. Here we have single input and single output, and we are using CCR-DAA model. So what we are trying to do here, maximizing the output. We are considering UDM here. Okay, for this output is 3 and weights assigned here is A. So we are maximizing this output as the ratio here, it is the ratio efficiency HU, it is the ratio, and we are taking a denominator as 1, so we are putting it here in the as a constraint. Okay, then this constraint are 3A, which is this constraint with respect to U DMU. This is the constraint with respect to VDMU. This is our constraint, and similarly for Z. And decision A, B are here. These are the decision variables, and these cannot be this cannot be negative. It should be greater than equal to 0. So after calculating these constraints and putting the values A, B values to the objective function, we get these objective function efficiency as 1 with respect to UDMU, and A weights associated to the input and output are calculated as this. So after calculating it using graphical method, because there is only two decision variables, so we get the efficiency as 1. So we can say that our C, this is C, sorry, wait a minute. So here the U is the CCR efficient, this, not A. So our DMU U is, because we get the efficiency with respect to U is 1. Okay. Now, similarly, we calculate the efficiency with respect to VDMU. This one. This would be the optimization problem, and we get the efficiency as this. It is only 62%, 62.5% efficient. Okay. Similarly, we calculate the efficiency for the rest of the DMUs, which are XYZ. So we get these efficiency. So we only get efficient DMU as U, and others are inefficient DMUs. Okay. You do not need to consider this reference set. Okay. It is clearly the wrong entries in the textbook. Now, the numerical for 2 input and 1 output. What we are going to do, how we can formulate the objective function in this case, when our DMUs are U, V, X, Y, Z, but we have 2 input with respect to single output. Okay, so this is the question. You would be given a question in exam like this, and you have to calculate the efficiency for the given DMUs. So now, with respect to UDMU, our objective function would be like this. Okay, we are putting x1, objective function here is maximizing this.
Ma'am, hello.
Output,
Excuse me, ma'am.
weighted output. So it is 1 and multiplied by weight associated to it. So it is A. Okay, then as we only have single output, that is why we are taking weights as 1. If there are multiple output, A1, A2 would be the notations. Here the inputs are 2, so we take the values B1 and B2 as for the input 1 and input 2. These are the weights. Now, so subject to the denominator condition and the
ma'am, excuse me.
Input, weighted input.
Hello.
Sum of the weighted input for each DM.
Ma'am, hello, ma'am.
Here, after calculating this, calculating it using linear programming or simplex method, we get the values for we get the weights as this and the efficiency as 85.7%. So using CCR model, the efficiency of U is 85.71%. Okay, so replacing the value of obtained optimal solution in the constraint, we find the reference set. Reference set, you will get the reference set once you calculate the linear programming problem. But if you are not mentioning the reference set, that would be okay. You just need to identify the efficiency.
Excuse me, ma'am.
For the given DM in your examination.
Hello.
So using okay, so for this is for U DMU. Similarly, we calculate the linear programming problem simply using simplex method. We get the efficiency for all the DMUs. And here we can see that XYZ efficiency is 1, which represent that
as the ma'am is not responding.
These DMUs are the efficient and U and V are the inefficient DMUs. Okay. So this is it in your unit 6, which is DEA, this data envelopment analysis. What we are doing, what we did here, we simply explain the intro. We simply explain the what is DEA, then what are the logic behind DEA, how we can calculate how we can formulate the optimization problem, and how to get the efficiency for each DMU, and how to convert the non-linear optimization problem to the linear optimization problem so that we can get the efficiency easily or a simpler way. Okay, so this is the formulation, and later we discuss the single input single output method using CCR model. There are, remember, there are only two DEA technique, PCC and CCR DEA models. So in your textbook, you only need to we only need to understand the CCR models. Okay, now yeah, so we did the formulation, optimization formulation for the CCR model, and later we converted to the linear programming problem. And these are the steps associated with DEA for both the models. And this is the example for single input and single output using CCR model. Later, this is the example for two input and one output. In your textbook, there is two input and two output, like multiple input and multiple output problem is also given. So you can try that one. You can try out that examples also. Okay. So this is it in your unit 6. Now come to this.
Ma'am, hello. Ma'am.
Wait a second. Yes.
Hello.
So this is here the unit 7, which is game theory.
Hello.
So
is anyone having the ma'am's number so that we can interrupt in between?
Before starting,
the unit which has been completed,
unit,
there are 1-2 queries there.
I would like you to know that there is no numerical given in this unit. You only need to understand the concept behind game theory.
Able to hear
Okay,
us.
so the exam will be like the theoretical part from this unit. Okay, you need to explain all these concepts, all these strategies we going to discuss. Okay, so what is game theory? Game theory is nothing but
Hello.
It is an approach.
Excuse
it is
me,
again a methodology or a model, so that it basically provides us a mathematical way to make decisions. Okay, we use this game theory in making decision making analysis. So first here, the game theory is an approach to modeling behavior in situations where the outcome of your decision depends on the decision of the others. Wait a second. Yes. So here in game theory, it is approach to modeling the behavior of one player in situations where the outcome of the decision depends on the decision of the others. You will get this clear later. Next, game theory is the study of a strategic interactive decision making among rational individuals or organizations. So these individuals could be your or the players. These could be your resources. These could be your organizations. Okay, so game theory, if we talk about two competitors like Coke and Pepsi, these are the individuals or the These are the players in game theory. So game theory is a branch of applied mathematics. It basically provides us a tool, a comprehensive suite of mathematical tools to examine the scenarios where decision made by two or more individual impact the conditions of one or more parties. So basically, in game theory, decisions here, the outcome of your decision depends on the decision of the other. So the first, if one player is making some decision, the other player make decisions according based on the decision of the first player or the previous player. Okay. So again, it is mathematical. It is a branch of applied mathematics, and we call these individuals or organization as players that makes decisions. Okay, that are interdependent. Interdependent on what? Interdependent of the decision of their previous player. Interdependent of the decision of their previous player. Okay, this interdependence causes each player to consider the other player's possible decision. This interdependence causes each player to consider the other player's possible decisions in formulating strategies. So, how these things work? Like, uh, because of the interdependency, one player always makes strategy. One player always makes strategy based on the decision of the previous player. Okay. In addition, a player need not be an individual. It may be nation, corporation that I said. As I said, like it could be the company, okay, corporation. It could be the nation or the team comprising many people with shared interest. Okay, a solution to a game describe the optimal decision of the players. So, who may have similar, opposed, or mixed interest, and based on these based on these strategies, we define the game theory to different types. We define the game theory into different types. Okay, and the outcomes that may result from these decisions. So based on these decisions, based on the conditions, our outcome, based on the decision, we get the output and we make decisions accordingly. So game theory is applied for determining different strategies in business world. It offers valuable tool for solving strategy problem. Okay. Now come to this some classical examples of game theory. So what are the classical examples of game theory? First one is prisoner's dilemma. So what is prisoner's dilemma? So let's discuss this example where we have two suspects in police custody. Okay. Uh, they both accomplish the same crime, but there is not enough evidence for the to there is not enough evidence. We only need their cooperation. Okay, so they are held and interrogated separately. If one prisoner testifies against the other, okay, if one testifies against the other while the other stays silent, then testifying prisoner goes free. Okay, so we can represent it like this. This is your player 2. This is the player 1. Or here in this case, this is the criminal 1. This is the criminal 1 and criminal 2. So if both cooperate, sorry, it is not, I'm not able to type. Okay. So if both cooperate, suppose this is the 2, this is the 1. If both cooperate, they will get 6 years each. Okay. If it is the case of cooperate. If they okay. So now let's take this case. If one prisoner testifies against the other while the other stays silent, the testifying prisoner goes free. Suppose this prisoner first testifies against prisoner 2, then testifies prisoner 2, then he will go free and he will get 10 years of punishment. Okay. Similarly, if prisoner 2 testifies against 1, he will be freed and first prisoner will get punishment for 10 years. And if both testifies each other, they will get punishment as 5 years. Okay, this is what the prisoner's dilemma. And this matrix is called as payoff matrix. Okay, now, so if prisoner 1 testifies against the other while the other stays silent, the testifying prisoner goes free and the silent prisoner is convicted for 7 years. Yeah, you serve as 10 years. Okay, if both prisoners stay silent, both are convicted on a minor charges for 6 years. Here, if both remain silent, if they both remain silent. If both prisoner testifies against each other, each serves 5 years. If they both testifies, if they both accept their crime, they will testify as they will be serving 5 years of punishment. So the question here is how should prisoners act? Okay, the answer is that both prisoners should testify against each other. An outcome that is known as Nash equilibrium. So Nash equilibrium, we'll discuss it later. So here, if we see this payoff matrix, we'll see that if he remains silent, if one player remains silent, then he will get the punishment. There are chances that he will get the punishment of 10 years or 6 years. If other also remains silent, then they both get the punishment for 6 years. And if one testifies, if one accepts the crime, if one testifies against the other, then there are chances he will get free. Okay, he'll be free. But so, but if he remains silent, there are chances that other may accept and testifies against this player. Then there are chances he will convicted for 10 years. He'll get convicted for 10 years. But so the main strategy behind this game is that what should be the ideal choice for each prisoner to get the minimum punishment. For that, or the optimal choice. For that, this should be their optimal choice. So using the game theory, we suggest both the prisoners to accept their crime and serve the punishment of 5 years. Okay, if one accept, then he will be freed, and if one accept and other denies, then he will be freed, and the other convicted for 10 years. But if one accepted and others also accepted, then their chances they will get 5 years of punishment. So this is the ideal strategy, ideal decision that both the players should make. Okay, this is the prisoner's dilemma. Then another example of game theory is conflict of sales. Okay, so what is under this example? Let's assume that there's a client that had a drug with dominant market share in a therapeutic area that is competitive, yet has few players. One of the competitor was behaving aggressively from a pricing perspective. Okay, he continually matching and beating the client's price, even though the competitor gained a little or no market share from such actions. But he is trying to, continually matching and beating the client's price. Now, competitor was in the process of running a clinical trial to improve their product's level. But our client, he is already had a dominant market share. So the client wished to know how the competitor might behave depending on the client's next price move. Suppose this client make next price move, so he wants to understand what would will be the what will be its competitor's next move. Okay, he wants to understand his behavior, his competitor's behavior, and the outcome of clinical trial. Okay, the conclusion for this exercise was that engaging in price war would not benefit any of the client or competitor. Therefore, keeping the price high and trading market share for peace would be the most profitable strategy. Okay, so that both share equal profit based on the equal loss. Okay, to make to make the to make a healthy competitive market. Okay, they both need to set a high price and get the profit simultaneously. Now, the next example for game theory is advertising war. So, advertising war between Coke and Pepsi. So, what is this here in this example? Without any advertising, like here, this is the our player one, Pepsi. This is our player two, which is Coke. So, these are the payoff. This is the payoff metrics. Here, the value this represent when Pepsi invest no money in the advertisement, and when Coke invest no money in the advertisement. If Coke invested, if Coke invest if Coke makes investment in advertisement, he will get the benefit of $6 billion, and Pepsi get the only $2 billion. And if Pepsi makes an investment in advertisement, he will get the share. Like if they are not making any investment in advertisement, both are not they are not losing anything. Like Pepsi and Coke both are making five billions. But if one makes investment in advertisement, then they will get 3 billions from, they can capture 3 millions from its competitor. If Pepsi makes investment, he will get 6 billion of 6 billion of benefit, and Coke losses their 3 billion of profit. Okay, similarly in case of Coke, if Coke makes investment in advertisement, he will gain the profit of 6 billion, and Pepsi losses the 3 billion of its profit, of its investment. Okay, so if both make the investment, then both get the benefit of 3 billion. So the ideal or the feasible outcome would be this one: to make investment and to make no investment at all in the advertisement. This is how this advertising war works in game theory. Now, after these examples, there are three types of subcat. There are three types of game theory. First one is classical game theory, then combinatorial game theory, and the third one is dynamic game theory. So what comes under classical game theory? So classical game theory focuses on the ideal decision making in scenario where the outcomes of decision made by one or multiple individual are predictable. When we know the decisions of our competitor, we can predict the decision of our competitor. For example, flipping a coin. Flipping a coin. Okay. Then there is combinatorial game. So this is the area when that deals with the ideal strategies in two-player that that take turns based on the game, like chess. Combinatorial example could be chess or checker. Okay. Then there is dynamic game theory. In dynamic game theory, player change player basically changes its behavior based on the environmental conditions. Like it frequently uses the differential equation to model the player's behavior. Okay, it is useful in scenarios like optimizing unmanned vehicle behavior. Okay, or a toddler is crawling, so to understand its behavior, we can use dynamic game theory there. Okay, now there are some key elements associated with the game theory. The first thing here is game. So in context of game theory, game refers to a model of strategic interactions among rational decision making of players. Okay, so in context of game theory, what is game? Game is nothing but a model of strategic interactions. It provides us a model for strategic interactions among the rational decision making, amongst the rational decision makers or the among the players. Okay, there are some conditions that a particular game follows. First thing is it operates on a set of formal rules. Every game has a set of rules. Then the outcome can vary and be measured. So outcome we get from the game by playing the game, it can be varied or can be measured. And each outcome hold a different value. Okay, and players affect outcomes through their actions, and actions could be based on the environmental conditions. Now, next element for game theory is player, who is interacting, the rational decision makers. These are the players. So basically these are the entity. Players are nothing but an entity that is making decision, that is making choices within the game framework, following the game rules. They are making choices. These are your players. These are your rational decision makers. Okay. Then again, also in players, to qualify as a game, there must be minimum 2 players. There should be minimum 2 players in all games. If there is only one player in game theory, it becomes relevant only if player is competing against a force of nature. It is competing against the nature. It is only relevant then. Okay. Then there is third element, that is strategies. So what are the options of each player? In what order do players act? So strategy refers to a comprehensive action plan that a player formulates to attain their goal. And remember, strategies changes according to the environmental condition. There are different types of strategies. We will study it later. Okay, so strategies can be pure, mixed, and involving some choices. Okay. Okay, and in strategies, the primary goal of player should be to select a strategy that optimize their expected payoff. Okay, Uh, every player should choose such strategies that optimize their expected payoff. Payoff, what is next element? It is payoff. So what are the payoffs? Payoffs are nothing but the possible outcomes, preferences over possible outcomes. These are the profit or the losses, like we did in payoff matrix. Okay, so payoff represent the motivation of players interacting in the form of numbers. Numbers like the matrix. So it represents the motivation. Payoff is nothing but a motivation of the players interacting in the form of numbers, and payoff may represent the profit earned, the quantity produced, or utility gained. Anything could be. These could be payoff. Your utility, your profit, or your quantity produced. All these things can be your payoff. Then there is another element, which is risk. So what is risk in game theory? Because there are uncertainty and variability associated with outcome of the decisions. Okay, based on the environmental condition, nothing is ideal, nothing is constant. Okay, there is always some uncertainty there in each scenarios of the game theory. Then player may face risk due to incomplete information. Suppose player makes some decision, but the information was incomplete. In that, there must be some risk associated with that decision of that player. Okay, so that comes under risk. Next one is information and belief. So what is information and belief? It is what do players know and believe about the situation, then about one another. So basically what information they have about each other, about the other players. What action do they observe before making decisions? So each player observe the action of the previous player before making the decision. Okay, that comes under information and belief element. Then there is rationality. Rationality is how do player think. So basically players consistently maximizes their utility. Okay, accurately, and they try to accurately calculate the probable outcome of every action based on their rational decision making. So these are some key elements of game theory. Then here these are the key elements. Then this is the types of games. So what are the types of game? They are total 7 types of game. First one is simultaneous games. So what comes under simultaneous games? So simultaneous is like in prisoner's dilemma, where two suspects are arrested and each must decide whether to cooperate or betray each other. Okay, they do not they do not know the other player's choice. They making decisions simultaneously. Okay, so what comes under simultaneous game theory? It is when players make changes, player make choices or decisions simultaneously without knowing the players other players choice. Both players are making decisions simultaneously. Okay, that comes under simultaneous games. For example, prisoners dilemma. Then there is sequential games. Sequential games are what comes under sequential games? When players take turn in making decisions and each player observe the action of the previous player. And what is the best example for sequential is chess. They are taking turns and they are observing the behavior of the previous player. Okay. Then there comes zero sum game. Zero sum game is the gains or losses. It is related to the gains and losses of one player, and it depends on the gains and losses of the other player. Zero sum game. Okay, like poker. So the gains and losses in zero sum game, the gains and or losses of one player are depending on the gain or losses of the other player. That comes under the zero sum games. Then there is cooperative games. So what comes under cooperative games? It is in this type of game, players make joint decisions to maximize their collective payouts. Okay, they are cooperating to each other. The players are making decisions combinedly. Okay, when countries, for example, when countries join forces to address a global issue and payoff is shared among the cooperative nations. Okay, the are companies are combinedly, jointly addressing the global issues, then payoff is shared among the cooperative strategies. They are basically maximizing their collective payoffs. Okay, then there comes non-cooperative games. So what comes under non-cooperative games? When players make decisions independently. They just want to maximize their payoff. They do not consider other players, other players' strategies, their move. They only want to maximize their payoff. That comes under non-cooperative games. Then there is symmetric games, symmetric and asymmetric. So what comes under symmetric? Symmetric when players, wait a second. Yeah. Symmetric when players have the same strategy set and payoffs. For example, when two players simultaneously choose heads or tails and wins if choices match, while other wins if they differ. Okay. So in symmetric, the example is when two players simultaneously chooses heads or tail, and one wins if choices match, and other wins if they differ. Okay, that comes under symmetric games. They have the same strategy set and payoffs. In asymmetric games, it has different strategies they have different set of strategies. For example, the leader business takes decisions. Suppose leader business takes decisions first, and the follower firms makes its own judgment after considering the leader's judgment. Okay, that is asymmetric. They both have different strategies. They both have different set of strategies. Okay, now for the exam point of view, remember to there in your book there is a comparison between cooperative and non-cooperative games. You all should read it out. Okay, just go through it once. And symmetric and asymmetric games. Okay, now come to the types of, these are the types of games. Okay, now we'll discuss the types of game strategy. Okay, every player has a set of strategies. So what are the different types of strategies in game theory? There are total 5 strategies. First one is pure strategy. So what comes under pure strategy? A person's unconditional and well-defined decision in a circumstances or a game is called pure strategy. For example, if one is taking only 1 and 0, 1 or 0, they only have this choice, then this might be the chance of selecting any particular approach. Like they only have this approach. This is pure strategy. Okay. For example, in advertising war, for not increasing investment in the advertisement of the product is the best strategy for both the companies. Okay, for not investing, no ads. Let's go here. This one. For not investing any money in the advertisement is the best strategy, is the pure strategy. Like 0, you only have option 0, or to make investment for both the companies. So these both are the best or pure strategy for both the companies to make investment or to not make any investment into advertisement. Okay, these are the example. This is the example for pure strategy. And this is because if we in advertisement war, if one organization increase the advertisement of its products and in turns gains profit, then the other would incur losses. However, if both increased ad investment, they would earn and maintain their market share. Okay, at a shared loss, like this. At a shared loss, if they both make investment, they shared same loss. And if they do not make any, so this is the pure strategy. These both are pure strategy, whether to make any investment or whether or not to make any investment at all. Now, mix strategy. So what comes under mixed strategy? So it is a course of action, mixed strategy. It is a course of action that are to be selected on a particular occasion, like with some fixed probability. Mixed strategy means they're taking decision based on the mixed strategy. In mixed strategy, there are suppose n number of pure strategies. Suppose there are n number of pure strategies, okay, of any player. There exists a set S with probabilities, and these are the probabilities of jth. Pj is the probability of jth pure strategy, and here j is representing 1 till n. Okay, this is your mixed strategy. that you are making strategies, you are taking any, you have a set of strategy and you are taking the probability of probability of pure strategies at different strategies. Okay. Now the dominant and dominated strategy. So what is dominant and dominated strategy? Wait a second. Wait a second. Hmm. So what is dominant and dominated strategy? So it a dominant strategy refers to a dominance approach. It considers the dominance approach or dominating strategy in game theory. That is it basically a weaker strategy can be ignored. It states that weaker strategy can be ignored if one consistently outperforms the other in all situations. Okay, here in what comes under dominant strategy in game theory, it simply states that we can ignore the weaker strategy. And how we define the weaker strategy? When one player consistently outperforms the other in all situation. That is your weak strategy, and we can ignore that strategy. And the dominant strategy is the most favorable one for a player. Obviously, it is the most favorable for any player, regardless of the strategies chosen by the other. For example, if we take the example of prisoner's dilemma, dominant strategy for each player would be to confess. Okay, what is the best dominant strategy? Is to confess their crime. Now, come to Maximax strategy. What comes under Maximax strategy? This one. It basically discuss when this strategy discuss when a player aims to achieve the highest possible payoff. When the main focus of any player is to get the maximum payoff. For example, in prisoner's dilemma, player chooses offers offers that basically so that they can get the shortest prisoner time, shortest prison time. Okay, shortest punishment. That is what they want to achieve. That is how they can maximize their payoff. And when we talk about maximum strategy, what comes under it? It basically it is a type of a strategy when players selecting an option that offers the best outcome among the worst possible pair. In maximum strategy, it basically provide a set of strategies to a player so that they can select the option that offers the best outcome among the worst possible pair. Again, for example, prisoner's dilemma, the least favorable outcome when confessing is receiving a 5-year sentence. So in maximum and max strategy, the ideal favorable outcome is to confess the confess the crime and receive a 5 year of punishment. Okay. So next, after the types of strategy, there is Nash equilibrium. See, we discussed it here in prisoner's dilemma. This Nash equilibrium. What is Nash equilibrium in this example? It is when both prisoners should testify against the other. An outcome is known as Nash equilibrium. So Nash equilibrium is basically to achieve equilibrium. When we talk about to achieve the equilibrium. So in prisoner's dilemma, two there are total two equilibrium. Whether when they do not confess the crime, when they both confess the crime. Okay, so this is the equilibrium. This is your Nash equilibrium. While when in game with two or more players, each aiming for their optimal outcome, reaching the Nash equilibrium requires players to account for others' action. So in prisoner's dilemma, first condition is if prisoner two confesses, the best choice for prisoner one is to confess as well, as denial would lead to a 9 year or 10-year sentence. Okay, and if prisoner two denies, if he accept, then other should also accept. Other prisoner should also confess. If one prisoner denies, the other prisoner should also the deny the crime and face the 6 year of sentence. This is the equilibrium. Therefore, Nash equilibrium occurs when both prisoner either deny or confess. However, given the uncertainty about the other's choice, the safest strategy to avoid the worst outcome is to confess. This is the safest strategy. Okay, so when we talk about Nash equilibrium, in this prisoner's dilemma, we get two equilibrium conditions. But in some games, they may have single Nash equilibrium. Others may have multiple. Okay, it can also be Nash equilibrium can also be interpreted as no regret situation. Okay, because when once the decision is made, the player has no reason to regret it. Okay, this is the Nash equilibrium. This is it about Nash equilibrium, and this is the only content in your 7th unit. It is only a theoretical part, and you also go through it once and understand this cooperative versus non-cooperative game and symmetric versus asymmetric games. Okay, just read it from your textbook. Okay, so these are the two units, 6th and 7th, from our textbook, and we will continue the revision after a break of 1 hour. Okay, so let's just take a break and then we will revise our remaining units.
अरे हो जाएगी, टेंशन मत ले, हो जाएगी, सब अच्छा होगा।
तू खुद
इतना पेशेंस रख ले,
तेरे
थोड़ा सा और हो जाएगा ना,
तू
हो
कितने
जाएगा।
साल का है? तू मेरे को छोटा लगता है मेरे से।
हाँ मैं तेरे से छोटा हूँ।
है?
हाँ छोटा हूँ मैं तेरे से।
कितने साल का है?
22।
बस तो 22 साल का ही हुआ अभी तक।
अभी मैं 23 का हो जाऊंगा।
हे भगवान, सुन के मेरे को लग रहा है मैं किसी बच्चे से बात कर रही हूँ।
कम बोल रहा है, बच्चा बच्चा नहीं है, 18 प्लस है, मेजोरिटी
ए
समझ आ गई है मेरे पास।
तेरे से पता है ना मैं कितने साल बड़ी हूँ मैं?
कितने साल बड़े हो?
अभी मैंने तेरे को क्या बताया कि 30 साल कंप्लीट होने में 3 साल ही कम है बस।
तो कोई बात नहीं यार, 23 साल का हो गया हूँ तो क्या हो गया। मैं भी
मेरा अभी 25वां है, 26 हो जाऊंगी दिसंबर
18
में।
18 साल की उम्र में होंगे, शादी कर लेते हैं।
यार मैं 26 साल की हो गई, अभी तक मेरे को ढंग का बॉयफ्रेंड नहीं मिला जिससे मैं शादी कर लूं। लाना तो मुझे ऐसी जिंदगी पे।
मिल जाएगा, मिल जाएगा।
अब नहीं मिला तो अब क्या मिलेगा आगे?
अरे मिलेगा।
अरे एज होती है हर चीज की, ठीक है? अब बॉयफ्रेंड बनाने की एज खत्म हो गई है अब। क्या क्या क्या? यार क्या ही बोलूं, जिंदगी झंड चल रही है मेरी तो। हंस रहा है तू? क्या? तो तू क्यों हंस रहा है? मेरी कंडीशन पे हंस रहा है बता। नहीं। इतना मारेगा ना मुझे जो है अभी, इतना धोएगा वो मेरे को, पकड़ लिया ना किसी के साथ तो बहुत मारेगा। लेकिन वो हरामखोर शादी भी तो नहीं करेगा वो। पता नहीं, उसको पसंद ही नहीं हूँ शायद मैं।
हमारी बात करना, हम बात करेंगे उनसे। ऐसा क्या भाई?
कुछ नहीं कर रहा वो, पागल सा दिमाग। अगर उसने गलती से भी मेरे को कभी तेरे साथ देख लिया ना तो मेरी हड्डियां तोड़ देगा।
अच्छा, कहाँ रहता है वो?
अरे यहीं रहता है, आदर्श नगर में ऑफिस है उसका, और घर उसका रोहिणी में ही है।
ऑफिस की चीज का?
ऑफिस यही जो फाइनेंस का काम जो तेरा है, उसकी कोऑपरेटिव बैंक है एक, अर्बन फिफ्थ सोसाइटी, जन सहयोग कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी है उसकी।
अच्छा,
खुद ही करता है वो सारा मैनेज। हाँ मतलब बेसिकली बिजनेसमैन है वो।
समझ गया।
कोई फायदा ही नहीं है उसका होना ना होना। अच्छा हो रहा है
बीच में
क्या?
मतलब बीच में कुछ हुआ है तुम्हारा मिलना मिलना?
अरे वो तो कभी भी मिल जाते हैं, हम बस टाइम नहीं होता उसके पास भी और मेरे पास भी।
अच्छा,
टाइम इश्यूज है।
सब ठीक है। हाँ ये बात ये कि तुम भी तो घर लेट आ पाते हो, छुट्टी वाले दिन नहीं मिल पाते हो, मिलना
वो
हो तो।
कुत्ता छुट्टी वाले दिन भी फुर्सत में नहीं होता, छुट्टी वाले दिन तो वो और बिजी होता है। अब मैं सैटरडे आज घर पे पड़ी हूँ, संडे है कल भी घर पे पड़ी रहूंगी मैं। कभी होती ही नहीं है फुर्सत उसके पास, और दिन पे ना मैं भी फुर्सत हो पाती हूँ, बाकी दिन पे वो फुर्सत नहीं होता, सैटरडे संडे में। तो क्या चार्टर है उसका अब? मेरे साथ कहीं जाए। हाँ तू काम कर ले, चल बाय बाय। हरे कृष्णा मुस्कान, यू लुकिंग सो प्रिटी इन डीपी। बहुत सुंदर लग रही है कसम से, बहुत अच्छी लग रही है। हरे कृष्णा मुस्कान, यू लुकिंग सो प्रिटी इन डीपी। बहुत सुंदर लग रही है कसम से, बहुत अच्छी लग रही है।
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible? Hello, ma'am. Hello.
मैम नो ऑडियो इज देयर. मैम यू आर नॉट ऑडिबल टू अस. Excuse me, ma'am, you are not audible to us. Excuse me, ma'am, you are not audible. टू 2.74 है.
2.7
2.78 है टोटल.
2.78
हाँ.
2.78 कैसे आ रहा है?
तुम्हारा कितना आ रहा है?
मैं तो 7.88 दिया है।
एक सेकंड में क्या बोल रहा हूँ.
देखना अपना रिजल्ट जरा।
एक सेकंड रुको तो सही. भूल गया 7.63 है.
हाँ,
हम्म.
ये-
आया ज्यादा है तुम्हारा.
हाँ?
तुम्हारा आया ज्यादा. हाँ ज्यादा आया कि नहीं ये बता.
ज्यादा कभी नहीं आता है, मेरा 7.88 था।
चलो बढ़िया है. चलो अच्छा है इस बार.
हाँ, तुमने ओवरऑल तो ज्यादा ही होगा ना।
नहीं वो मेरा धीरे धीरे बढ़ रहा है ग्रेजुअली. कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
सही ना जो अपने एजेंट में देखना करके देखते हैं हम तुमको अपना भेजते हैं।
अरे कोई बात नहीं, भेज देता हूँ। नंबर तो होगा ही ना, मेरा वाला नंबर है ही तुम्हारे पास, निकाल लो ना रिजल्ट उधर ही।
है ना।
अरे रोल नंबर होगा, सब कुछ होगा।
मुझे कहाँ पे
भेजे हैं ना तुमको रिजल्ट पहले।
Hello. Actually, voice is not coming. If anyone is saying something.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Your voice was not audible to us. I was just shouting 2-3 times. Hello,
I guess she's not listening us.
Neha ma'am. Hello. क्लास चले जाएंगे फिर